Hello. There are shocked potatoes in the chat. And I have possibly turned off my chat. Let's see, how could this have happened? Where is the overlay? This is not the overlay. There. Ah. Zoop. No. Zoop. No. Ah. I remember. It is because I edited this to be. There. Still to. Why does it get darker with desaturation? There we go. I wanted more of like the dead lavender kind of. There. Awesome. All right. Been a few days traveling across the mountains and so on. Driving around. I'm learning how to drive. I don't have a license yet, but I'm getting there. Mrs. Potato does though, so she's sitting next to me and teaching me. And we were driving. Yeah, hey Morgan. Thanks for popping by. You're doing good? Awesome. No, good for you? Yes. It's needed. I live in a place where I can't really do much unless I have. But the thing is, I've been practicing to drive for a very long time. So it's like now I drove across the mountain like a 4 or 5 hour drive and into a rather big city. And the thing is, the city has like I'm okay with roundabouts. I'm okay with lights and crosses and these things. This city has some freaking like Cthulhu roundabouts where it's just like and like we went so when we were going out of the city we went like out, okay, I don't want to go around like that, and I went out to the right, it was just like, oh no, there is just like a net of tiny roads before the roundabout, so somehow I'm going this way now. Okay, bye roundabout. And we had to just like, because I could either signal left and try to like change lanes like many times, but there was a lot of cars. I was just like, I'm gonna not create an accident now, so I'm just gonna go whatever. We're going this way now. Don't know where we're going, but we're going this way. And then turns out the way that we randomly ended up going was an easier path than the one that Google had initially sent us. So it was fine. Don't feel bad. I've been driving for like 20 years and that sounds confusing to me. Yeah, it was something like, yeah, actually I need to look that. I'm going to try to find that later on Google Maps and just like see what even we were dealing with, because it was, for me, it was difficult. But I am back, and I've been thinking while I was on this journey, like, because it was such a blast to make this game, and I obviously want to make it a larger game. I made some oat porridge with apples on, by the way. I think it's a bit too warm. So I do want to expand upon the game, as I've also been talking about in chat, and I want it to be quite a bit larger, because now it is I like the general idea of the game, and certain thing, like, much of it will be kept similar, but I want it to feel more like not like you're repeating the same areas to find out what to do, kind of, but more more a sense of exploration that you'll obviously have more creatures to interact with, and I think that they will appear not just at 1 and 3. Like now the creatures appear at 1 and 3 madness. I do like that idea though, that like you keep going back to the same places to be like, okay, I'm more crazy now. Did something happen? So I will definitely keep that. It's a bit of a shame how limited RPG Maker is, because I couldn't. It's hard with the way I'm layering graphics to have visual changes in the environment aside from tiny ones, because you're confined to these like dumb graphs. But and we saw this. I can go over to the other screen. We saw this when we made the gallery, because there's two different rooms. This Hello Kitty looking thing is the gallery. This Hello Kitty looking thing is when you open the secret passage. Hey Samwise, how are you doing? How's your plants? That makes me wonder if the artist that did Picayune Dreams did the RPG parts in RPG Maker. Oh, it could be. Yeah, did you see my game, by the way, Soundwave? Because I left out every RPG element that completely. So it's just like a walk around and explore and silly. It's a bit like, it's silly a bit in the same way as the old Monkey Island games, like dumb conversations. With maybe a hint of you know how in Pokemon you talk to someone and they'll tell you things that no one would tell you as a stranger? They would they would say something as the first thing that you would normally say in the middle of a debate, kind of. Like one of the monsters starts out by saying, "Yeah, I put cereal first and then no, I put milk first and then cereal. What about it?" Like no one asked him, but like that kind of dumb way of writing, which I feel like Pokemon does that at least, and I think it's dumb and silly, and I like it. You have two new plants that are doing well. They've been getting them adjusted to the winter ambient temperature. Ooh, nice. Do you have these like heating lamps then, perhaps? Yeah. No, I think there's a lot of things I do want to do. Maybe I should make like a to-do list. That was something else. So one thing, of course, expand map. These are the larger things, I guess. We can zoom in a bit. To do. There's inside a grow tent that generates a decent amount of heat. Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, I should. Sorry. I need to get better at this. I need to have the bot that does auto shoutouts. I haven't set that up yet. So check out the Sandwife. We know each other from Noita. We fought in an early Noita tournament together. She has fairly psychedelic aesthetics in her channel. And I feel you play a lot of different things. What have you been playing lately, Sandwife? You used to have an automated bot, but it broke years ago. Ah, I heard someone say there was some kind of like, simple system you could download. Nera P used one. I was in their chat a while ago, but I don't remember. I feel like she told me, but I don't remember. I don't remember the name. Rimworld, Heroes of Might and Magic, Olden Era, Kingdoms to Crowns, Silks of Megabone. That is a solid list of games. I appreciate the Heroes of Might and Magic. It's interesting because that game is so popular in some countries, but not others. I think we talked about this. It is incredibly popular in like Eastern Europe and in Northern Europe, like in northern countries. Oh, it's a remake. I haven't seen that. Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era. What? I've played the. Oops, I was downloading some sounds. Doing some sound editing for a movie. Huh. interesting. I have never seen this. I definitely should check that out. It's not meant to be a remake, but it's got a lot of shared mechanics and aesthetics closer to the older games. Nice. That's cool. I feel when I meet people from the States, I feel like it's rare that they know what Heroes of Might and Magic is. But in Europe, definitely it was super popular. So, just a few examples. You're looking forward to finding folks to play with when it comes out fully. Oh, it has not come out yet, right? The demo is single player only. I would love to join in on that. Like, I played Heroes of Might and Magic. I've come to realize when I played it a bit on stream, I'm not very good at it. I am generally mid-minus on that game. The bots kicked my ass all the time. Warlords 3, wait, that, oh, you just triggered something there. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's go quickly back to the potato screen. Yep, I had my insurance overview in another window there, so how about we don't show that on screen? Warlords 3 game. Oh yes! Man, that's a throwback. That is a throwback. You're not good at it either? Yeah, fair. I need to pay attention to a tiny competition that's going on too. I don't know if you're still there, Morgan, but you probably saw that there's two people fighting for the, yeah, you're still there, fighting for the 5th place in my competition. You played Hum, I'm a little, but it was probably right before I got consumed by WoW. Ah, I see. No, I was much younger. Like, I played Heroes of Might and Magic from being like 9, 10, I think. Or maybe like 12. We played the second one and then the third one. My brother's a lot older than me, so I got introduced to older games than my actual generation. They were all within a couple of years of each other, and apparently they're all a part of the same extended universe. Whoa, what? Warlords 3 is the same universe as Heroes of Might and Magic. Wow. No, so the 4th place is The Oddity, who, like, she figured out the final ending on stream, but she just hadn't found the, let's just say she hadn't found the way to get there. But like, she just, like, she got the deal, and then she tried to figure it out, and she managed to get to that trigger or point, but it just wouldn't happen. She was like, I thought I understood it, but I didn't anyways. And I was like, what did you do? And I realized I had made a bug. And she gave a complete overview. Here's everything I did. And I was like, you should have gotten it. So I just told her how I did it, because there's something in the path that she chose that didn't trigger the end, you could say. And then she figured out, and she got the fourth cameo. So Sandwolf, just so that you're in the know, in my game there's 8 endings. Oh, stupid break time. Wait, Sandwolf, you got turbo or something, right? So you don't. Or maybe you got a gift sub. You got a gift sub, I think. So I'll just explain to you then. I don't think you'll get ads. In my game there's 8 endings, and the last one is quite difficult to get. So I made like a competition that the first 5 who would get it would have, this was in my Discord, the first 5 who'd get it would get a cameo appearance in the DLC. And 4 people found it already. The 2 are fighting for the 5th right now. There's also a corner case where if they get it within the same minute, they will both be a 2-headed giant. Yeah, I think these things are fun. I might end up making more than one DLC, that I make like one expansion and then maybe another one. So there could be that a similar ending, like a similar competition will happen. But I'll have to make quite a bit of this game, the full game, off stream to not spoil too much. But this game was made for the Jamsepticeye 5-day game jam, which was a very nice opportunity to get to know a lot of devs. There's a bunch of cool people who drifted into the potato channel, which is very nice. And I made a separate channel for talking about game dev stuff. Yeah, excited to try those things too. I'm not sure if you remember Sandwife, but in my Birthtato stream, I had like a floppy disk that where I'd found some old click and play games I made when I was 10 or something. Since then, I haven't made games, and I was just like, fuck it, let's do this. So that was really fun. I had to make a to-do list. I need to expand the map. There. At least with the parlors and the garden area. I might want to expand also to kitchens and rooms, but that could be a separate DLC. These will be like expansions I put onto each, and I don't need it to be like a perfect game. Like there are some visuals I want to update, but I don't want to pour my life and soul into this game. I want it to be entertaining and fun and a good experience. But I don't want to be. I think you can be stuck in like this. Oh, I can make it better loop, which is a dangerous place to be. To redo the walk cycles to the sides. Because there's some weird shit happening there. The up and down ones I like. His arms look really flobby, and I don't mind. I considered changing a bit the how close to the screen you are, because RPG Maker makes games that make like they're very tiny. Like everything's very like there, kind of. I need to draw dash cycles. That will take a bit of time, but it's all right. I want to make new menu system. The one now is basic and it's okay, but it's not grabbing you in the same way. So I had in mind, can I add like a picture or something in this? I imagined you open up the screen with something like this. Then how many stats do you have? Servility, Fury, Madness, Dedication. It's 6. I imagine something like this. Oops, not like that. Some kind of, I mean, who doesn't love like hexagons? Sometimes I don't even care what the game is about if it has hexagonal shapes I'm in. Look, it's almost true. Could do something like this. I'm thinking health is one of these, so this would be like health. madness. Fury. Servility. Satiety. And dedication. There. And this one should be on the side. No. There. Something like that. And then these will kind of and the thing is I can do, instead of health, can have damage. Is there wounds is better? That's also a throwback to wounds is also what they say in World of Darkness, which is more appropriate. So you'll have different bars and they will fill up, and the way you do this in RPG Maker is by simply having I'll make a painting of this in Photoshop with different layers and I'll export, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there'll be, based on the counter that measures wounds or madness or whatever, it'll measure, okay, you've got 3 madness, then there is an exported picture that is called 3 madness, and that one has just like transparency aside from this, and it's just superimposed onto here. If you get more, it'll be the picture that has this, and so on. Like a gem instead of the polygon filled stat. One more time. A gem instead of the polygon filled static. So the place in the middle is just going to be some kind of symbol, some kind of cryptic symbol, and I think you can understand what it is supposed to represent because you have finished the game. You've gotten the true ending of the game. So that will be the whatever this is. But these will kind of fill up, and then on the side here I want to have items. But this is going to be a bit tricky to, because I can't, like, it's very difficult to make an interactable how the frick am I going to do this without making this an interactable thing? I was thinking something like this for when you first started drawing. Oh, give me a second. Not as mathematical as that. It'll be a lot more simple. So I will draw one that is like the background, and then I will export layers in Photoshop that have 1 block of madness, one that has 2 blocks of madness, one that has 3, and they're just PNG files, and they will be superimposed onto the background image, so it looks like the gauge is filling up. It'll become apparent, but it's not going to be like that kind of hex grid. Like they're not. It'll be kind of blocks that fill up inside of each chamber. And when you have one away, like when you have wounds until here, it'll also change colors to have a danger color, just to show you like you're kind of getting low on health. What I need to figure out is how you can also have a functioning item system. There's one way to do that. That'll cost me a tiny bit of money, I think. Oh, what was the name of that? It was... I think it was this one. Yeah. Okay. Let's open that here and have a look. Someone made a plugin called Pictures UI. You take full creative control to design the UI the way you want. That is kind of what I need. You can select items. Okay. Scroll text. Okay, there's some extra stuff in here. That could actually be... Oh, wow. Draw connect lines. Good for making menus like a skill tree. So someone has been really working... I mean, just this in itself. Yeah, like a menu like this would be pretty grand. I think I'll have to get that, honestly. I don't think I can get away with this, with making such which is because if we look at the game, I don't know what the volume is gonna be like now, but yeah, you don't hear anything. There's some wild plugins for... Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know. And the base system is kind of mid, for to be honest. Like, if you only use the base system, I think the great thing is that it allows anyone to make a game. And that is really cool. You can give this to whomever. And they can like put in things, they can put in small interactions. It's like an entry drug. But then if you get a hold of the plugins that people have made, you can get a lot more. So this is the animation I need to fix. I think these ones are fine. I want to redo like lightings and shadows and shit too. It's kind of... It looks alright, but it's also a bit flat. But this part is very like... It's okay. But it's very RPG Maker. And this is just like... Look, this took a lot of time to make because by default there's like 100 small dumb things on the screen that you can't get rid of. Similar situation you ran into with Tyranno Builder. My need to customize everything drove me to learn the script so I could work around the base limitations. Yeah, that's similar to this. Usually someone online has had similar problems. They went into the code. You go in there, you find something similar. So this too is like, it looks very RPG Maker. So, and I was also thinking that the thing that's missing here is like a notebook. Something that, especially if the game is going to expand, to have some kind of thing that says notes. Or it'll be like, the cereal monster told me this. Or, no, honestly, those things can hold your hand a bit too much sometimes. You'll end up looking around until something gives you a note. I think I want to be old school with this. I think I'd rather have a notebook where you can write exactly what you want. That's it. But it could be that it's, hey Cupid, how's it going? How are you doing? How was Night Train in the end? We're gonna amazing. I am doing great. I have some. You won. Hey, nice. I was hanging out in Wings Cupid's channel earlier. She was playing some Elden Ring. Night Rain. Wings Cupid. Go check her out. So yeah, and she also made. I want to say mortuary assistant, but malpractitioner, which was an incredibly cool title for the jam that I would love to speedrun once it's done. No, it was lovely to drop by. Did you figure? You remember when the bug I found where you could alt tab? Did you have like a crisis meeting about that? In any case, I'm talking about, like, I want to make some edits to the menu system because this looks very RPG Maker. I have fixed it so that you can press X now. You don't need to press escape, so you don't need to exit the game. It was why we should talk about that with the team. Yeah, we'll see if I can find other ways to break it. I'm considering getting a plugin, which I for RPG Maker called Pictures UI Creator, where you can basically make menu screens with with pictures. So you can do a lot of things, and just like something like that would be super convenient to have. I wonder if you could make something that would let you put in, like, type in your own text and it gets saved. Because then what I could do is just that you have a book, like you can open it. Honestly, the initial part, like, this part is okay. You don't need options. And quit should have a shutdown button, I think, because this is just... I mean, it's alright. But items... This is honestly okay. I could have made, like, with that, maybe I can make this a bit more interesting. You press these different things. If that can open different menus again, I'll be super happy. Because you could have one that's just notes, and notes could be separated by rooms. It'll be like entrance, office, and so on, and you write your own notes. That's it. So if you want to take notes for something, you need to write it down. The question is, do I add a save button? I don't think I do. I don't think there's a need to have a save option, but it would be really nice if you could save the the notes. That's the only thing. Yeah, exactly. I have to see if there's a way to... that'll be a later thing. But let's put here menu system. I need to check the picture UI. So how expensive are we talking? You know, that's not too bad actually. Like this, honestly, they did a really good. Oh, the whole beginner is more monies than what I wanted to spend on this, but what does it have? Like honestly, the way that people, like the amount of effort, like it's not that, like the amount of effort people put into this, pretty amazing. So I would definitely add a lot. Notes could be, sorry, that was my brain out of a streamer brain moment. I don't think I need any of these. New scene motion blur, no. you can get a lot of things with the free ones, but I think this because like for example just this one, yeah, like look at this. Also, this design is so cool. I feel if you want to make horror games in RPG Maker, then also I got RPG Maker was randomly this month on 90% discount. I paid like $8 roughly for the entire RPG Maker. My trial, I made the whole game before with the trial version, and then I bought the luckily bought it for 90% off. Yeah, there's a Persona vibe to this for sure. I like this kind of, you can look at items, it'll show like a picture, stuff like that would be very cool. I'll look into this, but I'm not going to do this now. There. And then there were some other stuff. What else did I want to do? Dash animation. Menu system. Lots of fun stuff you could definitely add. Yeah, I'm excited too. I obviously want to have more monsters. There'll be at least 5, because there's 5 people who did this challenge thing. And I want there to be... Should there be some NPCs is also a question. Because you're the night shift, so there could be like more weapons, yeah. Battle simulator. I mean, there's obviously going to be new endings, but I'm not going to say anything about that. But there could be some NPCs. So where do I start? Of course there's going to be new endings. I can't just have 8 endings. Because the thing is also, I made this game now, and it was fun. And a lot of people have tested it out, and many also got at least quite a few of the endings. But with these kind of... I want it to be so that when the expansion or eventually like a full version of the game comes out, that the people who have already gotten the final ending will still get something new. So if you like, it's not going to be a new riddle, or it's not going to be like a whole new thing, but how you get to it will be different. And there might be some other small parts that could be different. And there might be that, while I think like the 8th ending will be the true ending, treating the OGs. The 8th ending will be the true ending. There might be like an additional extra, like if you would get like the super secret thing, like let's say that there's something you do in the DLC area, you solve some kind of side quest or whatever, like there's an extended part of the game. If you just if you complete the game as you would now to get the final ending, you'll get the same thing. If you will complete the game and do the other extra things, the true ending might have a bit of an expansion or something, like, I don't know, like the cutscene at the end or something, like, oh, you got the extra stuff, now you get the secret ending, something like that. I don't know, we'll see. So I'll be moving around the monsters that are already there. I'm already annoyed by, like, it's fun that there's just shoes in the corridor, but that's not a logical place to have shoes. So things might be moved around a bit, and like those kind of things. That's not something I need to consider right now. You can't wait. Love a game that has lots of things to do and uncover. Yeah, that's what I hope will be the feel for it. So we'll see. I might want to make it a bit like I've had this idea because I've been thinking like ahead, like if I would make another game after this one, I think it would be the sequel to this. It would be a different style of game in some ways. It would still be like a puzzler in the same way as like a Monkey Island is a puzzler, but it would be. I would think I would want to use Godot instead, and because then I have more agency, but I need to learn that. So it'll be like a longer ambition. And in that one, I thought how cool it would be if you would have like, and honestly, like it is already in some ways a bit like that in like Monkey Island, but imagine if you have like a game where you walk around and explore, and you, similar to point and click adventures, right? You solve people's problems and you progress the story, you solve riddles. But where you also kind of collect things that give you upgrades, like let's say a way of climbing up walls, for example. Then you could have kind of like, you could combine that type of gameplay with the sort of Metroidvania package. You'll be like, oh wait, but I got the climber's kit now. I could go back to the beginning of the game where I remember there was this place I could climb, but I couldn't get there to begin with. Like imagine like a Metroidvania style game, but instead of having platforms and fights and shit, you have these kind of Monkey Island style interactions or puzzle adventures. I think that's an interesting crossover of genres. I might want to do something similar here in the way that the areas you can explore, some of them might require you to figure out something before you get there. You're cooking, I see. You almost open world here, lots of stuff and upgrades. Yeah, I want to make sure to limit a bit my ambitions too, because it's so easy to get like with ideas when you feel inspired. It's also based like on what time scale you want to have. So we'll just have to see. One step at a time, and then you figure it out. For now, I think if there's any way to make this be not 2 rooms as well, would be lovely. How would I do that? I'll put that up on the list. I mean, it works now. Maybe the NPCs fix gallery extra room. You could definitely manage to do things with more priority and go with, and then add stuff along the way. Yeah, definitely. Fix gallery room. I've also been wondering because there. I generally do like the weird color scheme I went for. This one's a bit too saturated, this carpet. The lights I'm not fond of. I want to do the shadows again, but that's another thing. I want to redo the floor tiles, because they are also very basic, but I just kind of went for it. But I'm wondering if the different rooms should have different hue filters in a way. So things seem a bit different. Like things have a bit of an extra vibe to it. Like these 3 rooms, like the hallway and these three could have one ambience. I think these rooms could have a bit more of a red one. I want to draw this weird looking thing that's supposed to be a fireplace again. And then the parlors could have a second or a third, I mean, kind of. And I want to redo this area too. I think this will load in with like a tent kind of, or like some to cover it, and you have to pull a cord that kind of opens up the bar area. And I want this one as well, because this is really dumb. Man, there are so many, like this thing, because if this also annoys me, the fact that if I pick up the absinthe, I can still pick up the absinthe, but then my solution was okay, it says there's no more absinthe. But ideally, it should remove the option there altogether. But that requires the, what's it called, like the, like 4 permutations, like 4 exclamation point, basically different actions, because you could take them in different orders and so on. The college game was great. I remember thinking about it when I first played it. The fire thing was a bit weird to discover. Yeah, thank you. The fire thing was like, I was thinking, how can I make it so that it looks like a fireplace, but you're seeing it from you can still see it even though the wall is like that. But I think just like making it simple, like take away this weird bow here and just have like some kind of, but like having a transparent one as if it was windows, kind of. Some kind of like fireplace here. I think I know how I want to remake it, so that's alright. In theory too, there should be a door going here. But I think first, more than anything, like the first thing I can do is to make a new. So I think this will be, I don't think I need more than one map like this. New, central part. Oh, I can make bigger tiles. I haven't seen until now that I can make. I like that you go from one screen to the next and not that it's kind of cooking in the studio. Yeah. There, and then this. Central entrance, we can call the entry, gift shop, office, left corridor, right corridor. Then I would like to have hall with these 3. Gallery is a separate one. Then we make a new one that is parlors. Parkours? No, that's not what we want. Parlors. And that one. Have the left parlor. We'll have the central parlor. That's not what I wanted. Make it into platform game with the parkour. The second one will actually be a platformer in a way. Like not a platformer as such, but you'll be walking side by side or more like that. But a bit similar to, you will be able to go kind of a bit in 3D as well, but it will be more like, you know how a lot of the, I think at least Final Fantasy 9 is one that comes to mind. I think 7 as well, where you're walking as a sprite, but it looks like there is depth in a way. I'm not sure exactly what I want to do yet, but we'll see. Parlors. There. So if we come from the left hall, then it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 6 and 7. 6 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. This room doesn't need to be so large. I think this will be okay. I realized lots of the game jams were platform games, which was bad because I'm the worst at platforming games. Yeah, there were actually, there's a lot of platform puzzlers as well. Yeah, there were a lot of impressive games. I think we will do it something like this. We'll need a door here as well. No, I want this to be different because I want there to be stuff you can see but not access out there. So this will be like an area that is out of bounds, just indicated like this, where you can see, where you can see the terrace. This and go to hole left, then we need to delete these two. Although they are funny, we can go to the left corridor, copy this one, left hall, paste it, but then we need to transfer player to left parlor here. And for this one, we move the character to the right side of that. Then we need to do the same for if you're in the right hall. Except then you move to the right parlor somewhere. That doesn't matter now. Okay. Left parlor, yeah. Can I duplicate this? Now I can copy it. Can I paste it here? Menu? What? Why are you like this? That is objectively stupid design. Is there a plugin to make it not stupid? Paste. No. That does not work. Delete right parlor, yes. Paste. And we will just call this right parlor. And just flip it friggin' manually, I guess. Okay, this will be symmetrical. This one can be here, honestly. Right corridor now. right hall, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 6 and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there. Like this, and we will do this. There. I think this is going to be all right. We're going to do like a kind of a cheat thing now, which is that you cannot go out here, but there will be, this will lead to the terrace, which will be like that. You will see the top of the terrace at the bottom of this screen. So it looks like you're going there, but it's if you would be able to glitch through the game and get here, it would be like a proxy. Same as in Super Mario 64, when you enter the door to the next level, you enter this tiny proxy area that looks like it. You have this in a lot of games. You have it in Zelda Majora's Mask too. In Zelda Majora's Mask as well, is what I meant. There is no such game as Zelda Majora's Mask 2. Glitch, you say? Oh yeah. Do you know the glitch in like? There's a lot of places in games where, like in the city in Majora's Mask, you can look into the next part of the city, right? You'll see, oh, that's the northern part of the city, and you see there, and it looks like it. But that's not actually that part. It's just a small proxy that looks like the beginning of it, so it seems like you went there. So when they managed to glitch into that part, they got into a place of the game where they hadn't intended for anyone to be. And one of them has this like owl statue, but it's just like a prop in a way. It's not a real owl statue, but it is completely bugged out that it flies you to places you shouldn't be able to go. It's the whole story where like it was this dark time for Majora Mask playthroughs, because they found a way where you could, like 90% of the speedrun was to glitch into that place, and they would be like playing a song 21 times or something to corrupt memory in a way that they got to the end. Exactly. They did not expect people to go there. So it's this, and everyone was like, okay, everyone hates Majora Mask speedrun now. We need to do something. So they needed to make some new categories or something like that. In any case, was that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5 and 6. 1, 2, 3. No. There. And this should be 2. So this one should be like that. And I think we do 3. Oh, it's misaligned. Isekada tried it many times to actually make a shortcut out of it. I have been consuming so many speedrun history videos on YouTube, and the Majora the Mask one, I don't remember who made that, but that one is highly recommended. It's wild. There. Oh, this one is... I see now. I made a mistake. This is how it has to be. So these are smaller rooms, these parlors. But that's okay. We also need to then make... I just make all of them now, just so I have the area at least. Terrace. Terrace left. Terrace center. Terrace right. There we go. Started making a backyard. Oh yeah. Oh, you thought the parlor DLC would only be these 3 rooms, the 3 parlors? No, 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 no. We're going for, like, from the terrace you can enter the garden. From the garden there is a lot of things that can happen. And I think I wanted to have, I'm not going to go for like the Lost Woods kind of trope, although that's like a fun way to do it. Like, I'm not going to do like that, but I wanted to feel like, I want you to feel like you've gotten lost suddenly when you go into the gardens. But there will be different different locations there. Morrigan's cameo character will be there, will be one of the things there. And there's another event I'm very much looking forward to doing the sound effects for that I have in mind. Gonna be a scary house. Have untouchable monsters to scare people. Could have some interactions like yeah, that's like a question I need to figure out actually. Like, do I want to have more interactive gameplay? Because I don't like, okay, just like to follow the tropes of many puzzle horror games, there could have been in theory like there could in theory have been like, oh, there's a dangerous monster walking around, and if he sees you he will la-di-da. But in RPG, like, I don't want to go in and program enemy AI in RPG Maker. I don't want to spend my time doing that. I don't think this game needs that, because this is in some ways like in the same like broad category of games like thank goodness you're here. It's the game where you just walk around and press things, and you have to solve some problems, but it's more just like interaction, and like not every game needs to have a battle system. It's cool when they do, but this one doesn't need that. You could have interactive games are definitely an interesting addition. Yeah, but I think the way I need to put interactions into this game should follow the same vibe. So like having puzzles to solve, and they're like sometimes a bit like random, sometimes they are like you have to be like, oh, the creature wants a cold coffee, how do I get that, you know, like, and you can kind of reason, you can use some semblance of reason to figure out some things. I think one thing I definitely want to do for this forest, which I thought about, which is super easy to do in RPG Maker, is that, wait, let me get it up here. Beautiful. Can I not have 2 open at the same time? Well, it would seem I cannot. Let me just make a bigger picture then. Do like this. Okay. Let's say you have some kind of forest where you come in. You can use these. Some kind of network of maps with like creepy ambience and some whatever interactions, I don't know. I wanted to feel a bit maze-like. Like one interesting, very simple game mechanic you can do here. See, I could imagine connecting it being a nightmare. Connecting, do you mean like to connect the different rooms here, or do you mean to to do the programming for enemy AI. Streamer brain, sorry. Okay, let's say that you move from this room, from A to B. And you can move from B to these rooms. Right? Actually, let's go full linear algebra. This can be room 1. This will be like 1 1. Sorry, 1 1 1 2, etc. 1n. This will be 2 1, 3 1, and so on. This 2 2. So we have all these different rooms. Connecting the NPC to the puzzle and have them not give you much, but just enough. Yeah, that's and that's what I really try to do with especially the final ending. That's in the current game, like in the demo. We're talking about this is just a naming convention to have different names. I don't have to be. It can be A B, like it doesn't matter. But since it's like a, yeah, it can be whatever. Like, but you'll have all these rooms. I'll have to have a naming convention for them. Let's say that you exit this room. Let me make it a bit bigger. Pencil. Okay. No, I want it to be this, but I want it to be. This one. Oh, wow, they've updated paint since last time. Let's say you exit here, and this is like a forest, and maybe for the first one you get here. Then you want to go to this room to the right, and you exit here. Instead of entering where you expect, your character will enter here instead. So you'll be like boink, and it'll be like, wait, where am I? And you'll already feel lost. And you can also make it so that if you exit this area, that the event that makes you exit does not send you back here, but sends you somewhere else. So if you try to go back, like this room, the first room I think should be maybe 2 entries. I think that's enough. Two like this. And this one will be not there, but let's say here. And if you go back there, then it'll be like you try to exit this room and you come here, for example, like, and it'll be this kind of, it'll be logic. I'll have to sit down and I need to figure out how to on my own time. I'll have to make this the easiest. There's 2 ways to do this. There's 2 ways of doing this. One is to make colors like this and have, it'll be a brainstorming part, yeah, but like now I can see visually, okay, this room, maybe this room only has 1 exit. I need to cut myself a bit of slack here. Maybe this one only have it, and some of these can have the same way back. Like that's okay, but some of them shouldn't. Let's say that this one leads to, oh, I think I know how you do this. You first just decide, okay, first, let's say that we have a few rooms of interest. Let's say that we have this room. We can make them gray to indicate that they are a bit special. We have this room, and we have this room. So this one will be the river where you find Morrigan's character, for example. This down here will be a room that I know what's going to be. Some of these something in the center needs to be a gazebo, I feel. But let's say that there's 3 rooms. The way that I think is a good way to do this is that you... I was lurking, heard my name. Yeah, so I want to have... I'll show you briefly. I want there to be the parlors. So you go from the hall, for example, from the left hall. Also, remember, this is not the graphics, obviously. This is just the... this is just where can you go, where are there walls, basically. So if you go down here, you'll get to the left parlor here. And you can go in this room. There is a door here to the central parlor, which connects to the right parlor. And you can go also down onto the terrace, but there will be some kind of like quest you have to do to get to the parlor. Like you need some kind of key or something. Like you can't really get out to the parlor before or unless you have a key. Something like that. Then from the terrace, you can enter the gardens. And I want the gardens to feel... Can you say labyrinthian? Is that how you say it? So if you have like... I just drew it as kind of a lattice, where you would, if you come from this room, you could exit, you could go from here. And the first one will be just like, okay, you go enter south, you come in from the north. So let's say that you go into the right. You're not entering this room from the left. You're entering this room from below. And your character's like, what the fuck happened? Like, wait, I got disoriented, kind of. And already that shift of, like, you break the expected by being like, oh, yeah, you didn't, you went this way, but now you came in the other way. And you can just set up a different trigger. This is super simple in RPG Maker. You just set a different trigger instead. So if you go back out, it doesn't take you here. But let's say that if you go out there, it'll take you to this place. Or to, you know, to this place. There'll be ads now. So let me know if you're in ad hell. And I think yeah. So not everyone will be, some of them will be, let's say, one-sided. Some of them will be, you go out the other one. Confuse the consumer, exactly. And I feel that the way to do this is that you first map out some kind of path to get to whatever room. Let's say in this case, let's say that you go from here, you go to this one, maybe this one leads you here, and it doesn't really matter how they're located because you'll be like spatially completely disoriented playing this. You can make it conditional, like the functions like a normal app at regular sanity, and the oh, that's exactly how I have to do it. I have to have 2 versions of this. Okay, I will just write you in the chat. That is friggin' brilliant. Cooked. You're cooking. These Gen Zers and their language, I don't understand. But that's, I'll wait until the ads are gone. That's such a great idea, though. Yeah, that's a really good idea. But then I think you'll have like the version of the garden that's just like, let's say, the main area, and maybe like a proxy version of what you see, what you might see, like let's say something like this. And you have like, sorry, that's not what I wanted to do. There. And it's simple that you have like a 2-way path Like it's as you would expect. Like this. And there'll be some items. You're back? Welcome back. So that's a friggin' brilliant idea, Morgan. And I obviously need to do it exactly like that. But the way it should be would be like if you have 0 madness, and if you have, let's say, 5 or something, it should be a higher threshold. But the different... Yeah, I think I also need to introduce multiple ways of reducing sanity. Because if you would just go and solve all the problems, you would go insane before you could finish the game. So there should be, because this is also in a way like a resource management game. Like you need to manage different parameters to solve the problems. It's like a sub part of the game. Because whenever you progress any madness things, you will, if you progress any monster things, you will be more mad. Love letting madness sanity control things. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's not something I figured. It's as we both know, like this kind of trope in Lovecraftian things is very present. I don't remember games that implemented it that much. Oh, I've turned off my sound. Hey Delphine, how are you doing? How have you been? I don't think anyone has gotten the... No one's gotten the final end yet. Finally got this week to play a game. Hey, that's cool. If you played it in the web version a while ago, it was kind of bugged. It has since been fixed. So, yeah, just... If it felt buggy, then there was an update. The web version didn't work. You couldn't open the menu. So, and no items. There's no new ending in the update. No, it's just making the web version functional. And it's making the... It's a different button to open menus, and there's a tiny bit more pedagogic the way that you're told how the game works, basically. Eternal Darkness on GameCube had a bunch of stuff with your sanity. Oh yeah, that's right. And you mentioned this before. I have only seen that game. We had a GameCube, but we never had that. Yeah, all of the, like, any dev upgrades, any like dev logs. I'll be writing dev logs when things do update. I'm going to do part of this on stream. I'll do some parts off stream because there's going to be more secrets, obviously. But you'll see like updates in the, if you look at, or if you follow or look at the itch page, there will be dev logs explaining updates that have happened there. I might just do nothing until there's a lot to show. I think that's better. We'll see. So yeah, Delphine, we're designing there's going to be some parlors and a terrace and a garden that we're designing now. Have a lovely set the rest of your day and good luck with your game. Thank you for popping by, Wings Cupid. Everyone should check her out. I was over there watching her play Night Rain. You're really good at Night Rain, honestly. Yeah, she did have her butt kicked, but it was not her fault. And she did well. I encourage everyone to press her name, drop her a follow. Yeah, no worries. You got all 8 endings? Oh, you were lurking in the stream. Ah, thank you, Delphine. That's I appreciate that. Bye, Cupid. But there will be likely an opportunity for later to, like, there could be like an attic DLC too. Like maybe there'll be 2 DLCs. The first one will have like the parlor and the gardens. Like kind of a heaven and a hell kind of. One will be like the gardens and the parlors. I think there'll be some kitchen areas maybe too. And then the second and last, the final DLC, will be then maybe an attic and some rooms maybe. I keep hoping someone will remake it. Yeah, no, yeah, I agree. There's also there's some element of madness letting you see things that weren't there before also in Bloodborne. But it's not direct in the same way. It is just there is some aspect of that. But yeah. So the thing is, you'll have a tiny garden. I'm explaining to Delphine, who just came in. You have a tiny garden that you can enter with a few things, and there'll be some, let's say, say that you have like some different objects of interest, if you will. Something in the different rooms. A gazebo in the middle one. Obviously, there has to be a gazebo in these kind of things. The thing is, if you go back here, when you have a lot of madness, it looks very different. It looks like someplace else altogether. But you will have the gazebo, the whatever this is, the whatever this is, and the river still. But then if you manage to navigate through this and you have 5 madness, this is you just up the game with this idea, Morgan. So if you manage to do this then these will be fairly boring areas with, I mean, they will be completely boring until you have enough madness. I think the way we do this is by first mapping out that this one, say that this one leads you here. And this has to be, these have to be the same back and forth. They'll have a burger menu there. Like a, yeah. And, oh, no. Me big dumb. Let's say we take this color instead. That's the same as that. I'm running out of colors. Something like this. And if I want to be mean, there could be like a return here. There should be some of those. But so the important part of these things, they shouldn't be so massive. It shouldn't be so random that you will get annoyed by playing it. That's not what the point is going to. It should be, there's like a level where you can push these things where it's still like, wait, where is this going? How do I do this? How to do this? And there's there's an amount of confusion you can add before this, while this is fun, and then at some point it becomes like, oh, you made one bad mistake, you go all the way back, fuck, you know? So that's not what we want. It's always a challenge in design for these things, yes, very much, and you just have to play test it. Doing efforts to make it more or less delayed. Like there will be a dash button that I'm making. I need a dash animation. But yeah, I think the way you do this is that you make a path. Like now we have this. These actually cannot be green. So this is here. This one, everything that's an X means you go back to start, something like that. There'll be a few places where you go back to start. if you first make the path to each, okay, now we have an area here. And the actual geometry doesn't matter too much because you'll feel disoriented anyways. You walk to the right, you end up below. Right, so it doesn't actually matter, but we're doing it like this for now. We don't need to, I'll just find a name combination for later. Or name, what's it called? Naming convention for later. There. Then we make the path to come to this one. The natural thing to think here is that, okay, well, I'll go to the left then. But I think the same as when you make a good dungeon in D&D has multiple entries and it has multiple paths to the same place. That's one of the typical tips you find, and also one that I very much agree with. If a dungeon feels like a linear experience, it can quickly feel a bit bland. Hey Leah, how are you doing? How have you been? And yeah, to all of the devs who joined the potato server, it's so lovely to have you there. I do wonder, there was one thing I noticed. I'll just have to double check. I don't remember who it was. It might have been... Wait, I will double check. It was Leah, yes. So Leah, one thing, I'll just show you one thing briefly. It might have been more than just you, but I wanted just to show quickly. When you get to the stream or to the Discord channel, it's linked in my Twitch as well. When you go to verify, I think you already pressed one. You pressed this one, I believe, Leah, but you didn't press the potato. So 80% of the channels are invisible to you. Also the one where you can choose which person you are. If you're a potato or a human or a bird or whatever. That's not so important. But if you want to see what's been talked about in all the different channels, the potato is also what you need to press. And then this one's if you want to get notified. Yeah. No worries. You're good, but you were swamped with chores post-jam. Oh. I see we're getting a garden. You are missing a garden. You are getting a garden, yes. You also missed the potato first. That means that I need to up my game design in how that one looks. It should be one post. But the problem there is that if I make it into one post, everyone needs to react again. That's the... I think. Because I initially made it as two different ones. I have like a free skill issue. You write, don't read. Fair enough. Reading is for nerds. No. Alright, yeah, we're getting a garden, Leah. No worries. I just thought there's probably talk there that you might be interested in. Like, did you hear about the challenge? We already have 2 people doing the challenge, but basically I made a new channel that was made after since there were so many game devs who joined in, I made a game dev talk channel. The first thing I posted there is a challenge that you might have been in chat when I talked about this, but the first 8 people who can get the 8th ending, and then if you will not be eligible. This is like an honor code thing. If you heard me say the ending, like Delphine got all the endings, but she was around when I basically told it on stream, so she didn't like claim the prize. But the first 5 people, and 4 people already did it. There's 1 spot left to have a cameo appearance in the DLC, but there will be 2 DLC, so there will be another chance to do this later when I'm done with the first one. But yeah, so this one, if you have any game jam related things you want to talk about, then this is the channel for that. We have memes and fun. We have music things. I need to make like a literature one. Morrigan suggested that. I will be doing that. And I thought about it again today, Morrigan, because I saw a post on Imager. Imager is kind of dead, but whatever. I saw a post there, someone who talked about apparently there was like an interview with Terry Pratchett where he talked about that he at some point, and I don't know if this one exists, I haven't researched it, but he at some point wrote a fan fiction that was Lord of the Rings / Pride and Prejudice by Terry Pratchett. And that was just naturally before fan fictions were a thing. Yeah. You can delete the... Oh yeah, that's a good point, Delphine. You heard about that? Yeah, I don't know if that is accessible, but that would be lovely. That's one of the things I read the most as a teenager was Terry Pratchett, which I think also is partly why I have this kind of dumb humor that like that's also very apparent in this game. So yeah, I'm glad I read those books. Highly recommend if anyone hasn't read them. Yeah, to Leah, who's new here, you have a garden area. You have some parlors that lead to the garden, and you have the garden. From the garden, you can go to a few areas. Actually, I think it has to be... No, so it'll be... The terrace will be kind of here. And from the terrace, you can only go this way. I don't want to bother making more stuff here. It's not necessary. You can see maybe that there is some bushes or something, whatever. Beautiful art. This is what the garden looks like. There's four areas. There's going to be a gazebo, a river, something, and something else. We'll figure out. The thing is, if you're sufficiently insane when you go here, the place changes. So it'll have to be this room. The exit ports that you have here, like the exits here, will be the same as this. So this room 1 will be the same as this, but the exits have a condition. That'll either send you here or here. And the programming this in RPG Maker is not difficult, but we need to path it. And then I think finding, so now we have 1. The other thing is if you exit to the right here, you don't come in on the left on this side. You exit to the right here, you come up. And if you go down, you come here. So it's gonna be, but I think there should be ways to connect back, like to loop around through a different means and get somewhere. So there should be a few roundabouts inside of this. It's not like just multilinear. It should be some bridges in between, to say it like that. In this case, from this room, for example, well, let me go to the... And I will be doing... this. There. There. And this one will finally lead to that room. That was not very clear. This one, this is the, no. There we go. Okay. You go to the right here. Because I have to use the same colors at some point. I think I had 3. There. I think that one can lead to this. You have like a similar, and this is going to make people overthink. It's going to make people be like, wait, you rotate every time. Like something. So I don't want it to be. Yeah, it'll be a balance, but it has to be sufficiently confusing. My strategy now is just going to be. I'll make something. I'm going to follow this, maybe probably, and then I might shift it around as I make it, but it's a good place to just try and start, and you see, you test it out. Like, don't think too hard, just make something, see how that works, and if it doesn't, you change. Because if you spend too much time thinking, you'll never be finished. So here you enter like this. From here, let's say that you can go to the right. And this one can be that you go back through the same. That's one way. So this is one way. This can be two-way. I'm just alternating with sufficient frequency for it to not feel samey. Sometimes I can draw a line, sometimes I cannot. If you go back through there, you'll end up here. There. Okay. This room. Let us try to decrease the insanity slightly by having such that the gazebo always connects to the places it connects to. I guess aside from the top one, maybe we just have 3 entrances to it. Maybe the top one has some kind of thing, I don't know. It's not a very easy color to draw from. There. We can take this one. This minimizes some of the variation to make it a bit more easy. That. Like, oh, I forgot to draw the actual connector. There. And there. So this will be, it's not pure madness, like these will be, and then the character should say something like indicate like, oh, finally, or this place feels a bit more stable or something like that. So probably there'll be a monster at each of these locations that you talk with. There we go, purple. Madness indeed. I'm so confused, but I guess I will figure it out. Yeah, it'll be purposefully confusing. The important part is that as so far I do understand how this is going to work. As long as something connects, you will be able to go there. But there will also be some places that will send you back to start, just a few. And I could make it so that if you go back to the start, let's say you get one of these X's, the next time you would enter there, the guy would say like, wait, I think this spirals me back to the start. Do I really want to go here? So that you don't mistakenly go there. I think that's a fair thing to do. If I understood correctly, it's like a gym puzzle, like some gym puzzles in the poke. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Let's see. And the thing is now, like we have a way to get to most of the rooms. We can do from this, you go to here. From the gazebo, you can also go, I think this is going to be the way you get here. You go like this. And this one should have like a one-way track. 2 places. There. To say that this one sends you here. If you go back, you can have multiple ways that'll send you to the gazebo, honestly, that's alright. Like that this top door is a bit nefarious. So this one will send you here. But if you go back into it, you'll be sent back to the gazebo. It's also something you can tie with visuals so that the rooms have something unique about them to help the visualization pass. Like this room has a cat, yes, and goes between the room with the dog painting the room. Yeah, exactly. So I will make an effort to make the rooms unique. Aside from, I think there's going to be 2 rooms. Wait, I wonder if they did this in Monkey Island 1 in this Lost Forest. I don't remember, but they definitely did this in some dungeons in Elden Ring, that you have 2 locations that look like you came back to where you were before, but it isn't exactly the same. So let's say that, for example, this room and this room, visually, like both of them have a cat statue, and the character will be like, what? I was here just before. But then there will be a way to be like, oh, it isn't the same area, it just looks very similar. I think that could be one instance of that, just as a kind of part of the puzzle. I think that'll be alright. And this one, yeah, I think that's going to be okay, I think. Where does this one lead? I think this one maybe leads to this place. Yeah, the dungeon in Elden Ring made me quite confused. Sorry for the ads. There. The one is actually 2 very similar ones, and you teleport back and forth. Yeah. Yep. There are those dungeons. I think there was maybe 2 dungeons that were a bit like that. So these rooms should be a bit off. This one can go. here. You don't need to fill up all of the paths. So we might be getting close to, I think these rooms only need one connector. I think this might be good actually. I think this is sufficient. I want at least one more to go back to this. Just before the shit, like, kind of like this door again? What? Oh, actually, let's remove this here. And there. Okay. So you go into this, there will be the top one will send you right back. There. And okay. So we've planned that. I think before doing this, probably, so the naming convention here will be like, this doesn't need it, but it'll be A, B, C, D, like the standard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The way to do this, like initially, will be to have, we'll make this one like just the area, not the actual artwork yet. I can start with the artwork a bit for some things, but you'll do this, make the conditional that you can end up here, and then each room just has an uploaded image that says, so this will be A2. It'll just say A2. This will say A3. And then I just make sure I map out everything so that it checks out with this map. And then I start making the visuals and the interactions and all. So that, how I should do this. The there. Okay. We can, let's just build the map, I think is a good thing to do now. So the left terrace was one too much, I think. Hey, it goes down on this, down here, then it was right there. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 paths like that. Oh, but we need to be 1 down. I think that looks better. I mean, it's the aesthetic I went for before. It's nice to have some space around the map for the events as well. And here we will have something like this. And this will just be kind of, I'm just going to do like this to indicate that there is something here. It'll be like just some illustrations of like some plants or some shit. This is me giving notes to myself when I import this into Photoshop. So like this. Oh, hello. Strange thing. Ah! Why are you like that? No! Okay. That's okay. Center terrace. Center parl. Yeah, there are angry tiles. It'll be the 1, 2, 3 in the middle. And that is these. There. It'll go until this place. Here will be the staircase down to the gardens. There. Terrace right. Parlor right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. It's the second to the end. Okay. Then we will make one called garden. Garden will have one called garden start. This one, we don't need to make too much of us. It's with the 3 in the bottom. Oh. I just took away the chat for some reason. And it is back. Okay. There. For now, I think it's best to just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the middle, like this. Okay. There. I don't need to make more than one of this before I make more than the garden start. I should make the maps that show A1, B1 kind of. Okay. Let's just connect these together now. So we have the hall. The left hall leads to the left parlor, and the left parlor should lead back to the left hall. Oh, I did this one. I need to go to this. There. Go down, yes. But this one is wrong then. Da, da, da. Left parlor should have the same as basically here. Left parlor. Oop. Oh, that was not what I wanted. I'm sorry, what? Left. Excuse me, what? What is this? Coffee state. How did I change? Wait, I need to go and check something. Uh, did I make a big idiot thing now? How did I even do that? Try to play the web version. This room was cursed before. No, okay, it works. Oh, I think I'm just being an idiot. Every time you enter a room, so you exit a room, it'll send you somewhere else. Ah. Oh, brain. Why did I do it like this? Oh, I think it was that it didn't continue. Why the frick did I do it like that? That's such a... It really be like this most days, yeah. Like, I think this is such a coding. I mean, this is coding, but it's such a coding relatable. I could have added comments, but I didn't. But I need to make a note of this because I think this is completely dumb. Let's see. Check. Why the fuck? Room entry has that other event. That I certainly need to do. That seems like something I did. Yeah, because, yeah, I did it. These are not supposed to be like that. This is not supposed to be like this. It's supposed to just be this. It has not been a month and you're already looking at your code going, why did I do this? Yeah. But I do think that the amount of time spent in those 5 days is I normally would not spend that much time per day with something like this. So I think some delirium is to be expected. I think I started doing something in one way and I forgot to delete it because these are not supposed to have these weird second conditions. Yes, it was just like a remnant, which explains why sometimes you would get the same message. You do that for one day to the next. You're implementing the Lovecraftian aspects in your everyday life too. It's like, why did I write this? I don't remember. Oh, I guess that's what the story is now. That would be an interesting like NPC, like a Lovecraftian, or someone who writes cosmic horror but forgets from day to day what, or like someone who writes like a book but forgets from day to day what he wrote and why, but he has to continue the story, like for some kind of compulsion, like the story needs to continue, but I have no idea why I wrote this. I don't know who he's talking to in the book. Somehow it has to continue, kind of. Oh, I just had an idea. I'm not gonna share it. I need to write it in a cryptic way. Hold on. There we go. There. Well, Norwegian note to myself. Go ahead. You can have that one can reside in rent free in your creative bones. All right, are you doing the weird thing? You're not doing the weird thing. Okay, so hall left goes to left parlor. Hall left. This should go back to here. Goes back here. Fine. These ones will be like these ones. The reason why I'm copy pasting them is that it's just a bit quicker because they have this extra entry where you have to go in, change, move right, move up, move wherever. If I just copy paste them, it's a bit faster. There. I can actually do this one too. This will go to the right parlor here. And then we will just go take this one, right parlor here, central parlor there. Central parlor. There. Okay, left one. By the way, I'm not wanting to distract. Feel free to distract me. But just remembered, I did find 2 bugs while playing. Do you have known issues of bugs? Yeah, I have 2. There are some that have been brought to my attention. One of them is that you can get infinite beef hearts, so you can get infinite ornate keys. You can. I don't think you can give infinite cold coffees, but you can definitely get infinite keys and beef hearts. The other one is that the dancing statue disappears when you take away when you find the secret hallway. The reason for that is like, and I did that actually on purpose, because having to, I thought with the time frame I had, I didn't want to take a risk that if I copy pasted, since this is a change of room, when you find the bookcase, there's a copy of the room where there's a pathway. Because I wasn't quite certain. I think I know how to do it now. I think I can remove the secret room. And in that case, it can be as it was. Or I can remove this extra proxy room. But I think it'll require... Like, it will require me to do this for sure. But yeah, I was meaning to do that. Actually, let's try to fix that now, because that's one thing that's been bugging me. I think I can also go in here and edit something, tile sets. Okay, so it's self-made A. I also found a bug where if you finish the game and then quickly talks to someone next to you, you can make that interaction happen too. Which is just a visual bug. It doesn't really do anything, so I don't mind keeping that. Let's see. Images. Tile sets. I have this one right. So this is self-made objects. There. Why? Guess that should not be in building. Why? This system is so freaking weird. Walls. Can I just do that? Why? Okay, normal. Just show me the friggin' thing. Show me the whole thing. Thank you. Okay. These can now be put. I will then have to go to gallery. I had a couple of times where the dialogue keeps happening over the ending screen. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. And that's like... I'm not entirely sure how you'd go about fixing that. But, yeah, I'll have to... It would be fun to not do that, but... Yeah, we'll see. I need to also open that room and change it. It's in layers. Oh yeah. It was something I had to... Don't forget to save old versions of the game in case you repeatedly manage to delete files, as I have done a few times now. There we go. Make a new folder. There. Then I won't delete them again. Okay, so this is going to be... What the frig is the... Gallery? I don't know what map gallery is. Okay, let's look here. Gallery layers is number 4, okay. gallery. And then probably I will have to also that's not it. Here, I think this one is going to be the secret one. No, it is certainly not. Let me check again. Games. There is this one. Layers. Oh, it's just oh, the room is actually like this by default. Okay, then we're gonna just save. We're gonna delete this. I know that you can't see what I'm doing, but it's not that interesting, so it's just something I have to do. There we go. I'm sorry, you didn't see that. There's no. It's a bug. No, but there will be some spoilers here, yes. But that's you're not. It's a small part of the spoilers, but I didn't know you hadn't explored the game as much. No, there will be spoilers, but there will be. The majority of the spoilers will not be shown. Remember also that there will be a much bigger version of the game, but I'm sorry, yes, that was a spoiler. But the thing is, I need to deal with it. So it is what it is. Sadly. There. Oh no, I didn't need to do that. So I need to make freaking event. I messed it up because I used mouse. Oh, right. I recall. So I think these are 3. So this one. Okay. This needs to have a condition that is. Sorry for break time. Number 2 has to be checking if secret door gone is on. If it does, it'll be nothing. It'll be below character. It'll be parallel. If it has nothing, it'll be same as character. Parallel. Oh, it has to be in the. I have to move this image from tile sets. I'll copy paste it to be sure. To objects. Characters. There we go. Okay. Try that again. There. Oh, so now it's actually. Oh, because the size is wrong. The size of it has to be. Oh boy. I need to open this, and I need to open this. It's these ones. I need to edit the grid. Is it 44? It certainly is not. It's 38 then. No. Is it 144? No. 42? Why is not working? 48? It's 48. Numbers are difficult. Okay. We can put it here actually. This. Save as no. I will do this and I will do PNG save. I'll try again. I wonder if there's a way to make RPG Maker to have the bookshelf simply slide to the side of making a whole other map. Yes, but the one of the weaknesses with RPG Maker is that it thinks in terms of squares. I haven't tried to have things 2 squares, so I need to Minecraft style pixelate the shelf. And you could, you know what, for the sake of testing, let's see how it looks if I move the entire bookshelf up 1 and then I'd have it disappear. But now I need to add an object. I can think of a way, but it would take some work and be janky, and Potato's rendering the map on the NPC is different than what I'm used to. Ah, I see. Yeah. But I think this is going to work because now I can take this and I need to save and exit. Oh yeah, Leah, I'm not sure if you heard or you were here, but and maybe I think Delphine was here. The trial version I had for RPG Maker ran out, and right when October started, I checked out RPG Maker in Steam and it was 90% off. So I got it for for $8 basically instead of $80. So it's just like, hey, this is a sign. I'm not superstitious, but I mean, come on. There we go. That's super lucky. So basically now what's happening is that it's checking if the flag secret on his door, it'll be nothing, it'll be below character. If it isn't, it'll be same as character with this. That's why I bought MZ. Yeah. MZ is, but MZ is also 112 the normal price, I think. There, and then we just change these with the corresponding one. And I'm actually very curious to see if this will look like jank or not. There. I'm just going to test what this looks like and then see if there's any point in doing this. I did the same to get level design course and sound for games course, both for like 12 USD each instead for, ooh, that's super nice. Were they educational? Did you like them? You know, we're getting there. I just need to slightly adjust the actual one. See, so this one is I'm just gonna do this and then make that one less opaque, and then we will take it like a bit more. There. Okay. Then we will. This I think is. No. Ah, here it is. And we take this bookshelf. Move it here. I think this air thing needs to move 1 pixel to the right. 2 actually. If we go back to this one, like this, and then we do this, and then we do this. La-di-da. That should be more or less seamless then. And we have to export this over the previous one. And this seems to be working then, so we can try to program it. There we go. Haven't started yet, had to take a break after jam. Going to be polishing my prototype next, and then courses. Nice. It is important to take breaks and to not overdo things. So today actually I was considering like maybe I'll do a shorter stream. I had like a office kind of game, it's kind of day, and then I did some audio, like I'm doing some audio stuff for a short film. That was kind of the work I did today. And then I was just tired and I just decided to do a shorter stream. I didn't really feel like playing anything, and I've been thinking about this, so I just ended up doing it, but I wouldn't push myself to do it, kind of. Okay, let's go back here. Then we take this one. Okay, it's further spoilers, but I mean, you already know now. And we're not gonna transfer there. So we will have a new one. Before this happens, you know what we can try to do? Lurking for a bit, gonna feed the cats and then do nighttime mom duties with the kiddo. Oh, that's cute. Well, enjoy your company with your cats and your kiddo. And I'll see you around, Morgan. I think this is gonna count for every frame, I think, what's happening. So when the secret door is gone, at the first given opportunity, they should all be, and this is where I think it's going to look shit. Movement, move up. Is there a way to aid? No. Change opacity. Let's try that. Move up. Change opacity. No. You can do through on and off too, that's great. Transparency on. Wait, we can just do this in the same movement route. Movement route is such a good, like a powerful tool. It moves up, it becomes invisible. And it becomes through. There. And then it can just have the same way of working. No, we just do it. This is what you were thinking, yeah. But I wonder if it will look good or not. Like if they will actually move together, or if it would look like a janky. Because the alternative is to just have that you have a fade out. Yes, exactly. The alternative is to have a fade out where in between you do the same. Or you don't need to move it. Like you because I'm wondering, is it going to look smooth or is it going to look like 9 individual pieces? You know? Kind of curious if this is going to work, because this would save me some headache. I think if I just feel that I have a decent progression every day, not every day necessarily, but like that I can have multiple sessions and something like improves every time, then over time you'll just get there, kind of. Oh, it's 1 pixel wrong, but let's try anyways. Now loading. Yeah, no, you're not loading. Oh, I'd forgot to... So I need to, because this event... Oh, I think, yeah, something that went wrong. Is he should just say click and then turn on the switch. Then they will all see what's happening. Oh, it's because I am an idiot. The problem was the idiot I was all along. Great. I forgot that both of these have this is a fairly it's a fairly powerful tool if you want to do certain things. And that makes it fun too, because you're trying to find solutions like, how can I jank things together to make this the way I want? That makes, like, this is a very enjoyable game making studio. In so many, like in the huge ass like AAA, I don't know, like the biggest softwares, you can do everything. There's no longer you're not longer restricted. And that's not necessarily a good thing. When you work with jank, sometimes you create magic, I feel. There, and then there's some jank on the floor. That actually doesn't matter because I will be... oh, okay. I can just erase that. Okay. See if it works now. I think I will aim for like a... Oh, seamless. Click. Now the game is stuck because it's a parallel thing. I wonder why that didn't move. Oh wait. Yeah, I will. I just need to see if yeah, this is not I set the player route because I am a big dumb. It's event 35 that needs to do this. Can they all, are they all event 35? They're not all event 35, this is event 34, okay. Well, $32. So my logic is $42, I'm sorry. This is powerful though, I haven't thought about this. You can do something, you can press a button someplace and then... Wait. What if they... Can they have the same... Can they be the same? No, they can't be the same. So what I'm thinking now is that you do this event, it triggers a flag. The flag is called secret door gone. So now it just says click, it turns on a control switch, and then it says end. When you return out, these things locked themselves in a way that I couldn't move. I want it to be so that before I regain movement control, these will all, because these have a condition that has higher priority, with the condition switch secret door gone. Maybe does event touch mean event happens once, so this happens once and then it stops? Because I think the problem is that it says parallel, because then it never stops. But certainly one thing I have to do is that these call out themselves and not the player. 37. $39. 38. $40. No. There. If I remember correctly, player touch and event touch is for it is for collisions, okay. So parallel is just in the background waiting at all times, I think. What? So, but now at least they're calling themselves. Okay, this one's calling themselves 42. This one is... This one's not, this is 36. There. This one's okay. This one's okay. Alright, let's try again. So it's still, it's almost there. We almost did it, but I think we need to do, wait. Let's do 10 frames. There, move up 10 frames, transparency and through. Why was... And this needs to be below character. I don't think I need to do through. There. Below. It moved really fast. I'm trying to remember information that I haven't used in 10 years. What kind of games did you make it way back then? Were they Formula 1 inspired? No. Like a Formula 1, like RPG Maker game could be fun, honestly. Honestly, I think I need to be a bit careful now because these need to be below. I'm just going to do the... No, that's wrong. Same as character. This one need to be below. Okay. This one, same as character. Below character. Same as character. Below character. Same as character. This one needs to be same as character anyways. If not, you're going to walk into the next bookshelf. Same as character. Same as character. Same as character. Same as character. And you are same. I'm going to make sure everyone has the delay. This one has. This one has. And don't. There. There. The one I remember working the most on was a zombie survival game inspired by Resident Evil and Project Zomboid. Nice. That sounds cool. Did you ever consider continue doing that? Hey Leon, how are you doing? I think it's going well. I've had some fun ideas. I'll share them with you. I just want to try to make this... You remember your solution, Leon, that to have an extra room? I think that one is good. But it has some... Now that I don't have a deadline ahead of me, I can try to make this work in a way that doesn't need a separate extra room. That's what I'm doing. So now these should move upwards and disappear. How are you doing, Leon? How's your eye today? Oops. Moment of truth. It just vanishes. I wonder why it doesn't move up. Hey, Laudanum Legends. Ooh. Should I have some chocolate milk? Yes, I think you should definitely have some chocolate milk. It's fun that you... Wait, so your name is interesting. Just give me a second. Hey, welcome to the Potato Basket. This is a game I made for a game jam. The Jamsepticeye game jam. And it was like a five-day game jam, and now I'm expanding it because I want to make it into a larger game. And you can actually pick up Laudanum in this game. I just thought I'd tell you that because there are some cosmic horror connotations here. So perhaps you will... Oh, you can see the whole text. So yeah, the flavor text on this one is... A note on the back reads, "Try this one, Agrippa, your dear friend JW." Which for, I don't know, maybe you will be the only person taking that reference, judging by your name. In any case, welcome. So this is, I'm making this with RPG Maker, which is also, I'm also learning to do this. So this is kind of, you're seeing kind of a blank page. Amnesia, correct, yes. The character JW is a very interesting character that you can complete the game and not know anything about. Actually, this game is highly inspired by parts of the story in Amnesia when I think about it. But only when you go into the depth. And that's one thing I loved. I started out by liking Amnesia, and then I ended up loving it the more, like, because if you read all the notes, you go into like the nitty gritty, then there's like it's like with the Dark Souls games, like there is this extra thing. The first horror game you ever played, and what a dumb choice. I mean, after that, then I feel like you're kind of hardened in a way, though. But yeah. So I also modeled it after the way it looks in Amnesia too. It's still the scariest game I played, and I played a lot of horror later. Yeah, I completely agree with you. That's my exact experience. Like, I've played other horror games afterwards, and they're like, I do have a Visage, which I would love to play. I actually have it downloaded too. Only people who have heard about Laudanum are Amnesia or Northwater fans. I'm sure also history nerds, because I'm quite sure that like Laudanum was something used in like ancient medical history. I believe that is the case. How about instead of possibly misinforming everyone, I just double check that? I think that's my professional responsibility. Laudanum is a tincture of opium, a solution of opium powder dissolved in alcohol and historically containing about 10% powdered opium by weight. So yeah, it is. Laudanum is a real opioid type. It was made by Paracelsus, a 16th century Swiss alchemist. Now we know. Opium medicine, yeah. It was very popular, widely used. They even gave it to babies. Yeah, the medical history has some very dark parts. That is true. In any case, so in this game you walk around. You're the how about I just like quickly show you give you the intro briefly, Laudanum, so you can see. So wait, we need to get some. Hey, thank you for joining the potato basket, Laudanum. And if you're interested in game making, there's a lot of game devs in the chat now. So yeah. One of the Roman garrisons around Asterix village is called Laudanum. Oh, wow. I only know the Asterix and Obelix names in Norwegian, more or less. Oh man, they're so good, those stories. They're so incredibly fun. They're still funny today. Like, I've watched them not so long ago, and I was still having a good time. So yeah, right. The topic of the game jam that this was made for was death is an opportunity. So in this case, the story goes as such. You have this guy, and he does not want to work as a night shift anymore. And his boss is saying, like, don't you know how difficult it is to find someone to work the night shift? Oh, you don't care about my feelings at all. But he's done. He's not going to do this. He's completely done. And then the boss does the following. Yeah. Oof! And that's how I got clubbed to death and reanimated as an undead to work this night shift for all eternity. And, yeah, there should be a note in the office with more details of what the tasks are. Explore the hotel using arrow key space and interact with X to open the menu, where you can see and use items and check your mental state. I made it a bit more pedagogic, so we can press X to find our items. We press the status. We don't have any items. This is Falk. He has a bit of health. He's got madness, dedication, fury, servility, satiety, and omniscience, and he's got 0 in all of them. But when you walk around the game, you interact with things. And there's many ways to end this game. So there's 8 different endings now. But your boss has given you instructions. Oh, how lovely it is to have an immortal servant. To do, tidy up the coffee station, remove all the dirty plates, water the plants, Also, October is a spooky season, you know, so make sure that you under no circumstances interact with anything superstitious. Our insurances don't cover that stuff. Do my chores, no spooky business, got it. So that's all I'll give you. Like you're given these tasks, you're given a strict tell by your boss to not do anything superstitious or interact with that. And there's 8 endings. So if you want to check it out, it is playable in browser, or you can download it. It's on itch.io. I think if you go in my about section, there's a tab where you can press that's Immortal Servitude, and then you can find the game if you want to play it. What was my rank in the jam? My rank was, I mean, we can discuss flaws with how the ranking system works, but I don't think we need to go into that now. But it's a kind of the system is not fair. So essentially it's a weighted sum. This was Morgan who explained this to me, but I think it was Morgan, but yeah. If you have, I refuse not to interact with the pup, and the pup is cute. The rank is at Haunted Assault, yeah, like, if you, it's a weighted, the rankings are weighted such that if you had very few votes, you get a higher score, isn't it? So, like, it'll pop you up. If you had a lot of votes, it'll pop you down. I don't remember exactly how it worked like that, but there were people who, no ads, crap. The people who won the jam almost had no votes. For example, like at least the second place had 10 votes. It was a game no one had really played. So it was, but you know, it was still a very nice experience. Got to know a lot of cool people. Oh, and my position was 62 out of the 1,200 that participated. And I am very happy with that. So I'm not complaining. But a lot of people, like, for example, Morgan had a game that a lot of people saw, a lot of people loved, but it did not get it should have gotten a much better position. Actually, yeah, thank you. I thought it was great. So I'm expanding upon the game now. And there's break time. And there will be spoilers. Oh, I think maybe I know how to do this now. Let's try to just do this. The problem is that no same people will rate same games, so yeah. There's multiple levels of this didn't really work. But yeah, let me know if anyone's in ad hell. It is also not easy to, unless you hire in 20 people to be judges who are unbiased. Yeah, it wasn't the best for the number of entries, but it's more of an itch problem. Yeah, exactly. But I think that you could do some system-based things to make it more balanced. Morgan had some great ideas. I do appreciate that at least the how should I say? The number of entries was huge, so I don't know who would be able to play all of them. No. You'd have to hire 10 people to play 50 games every day for a while, basically. But that would also not be fair, because the last games they would play, they would hate. And then each block would be biased by whomever took that block. So yeah, there's no perfect way, but you could have not weighted things that had very low scores, basically, or low amount of votes. In any case, there's also people who strategically voted low scores for games that were popular. And yeah, it's a bit dumb. But all in all, it was a very nice experience, I think. Got to know a lot of people. So Laudanum, What brings you here? Are you also into developing games? What's your jam? I'll just test this out briefly. One thing I do appreciate they did is that they will walk over personally and take games that are not the winners based on the jam, but games that they want to showcase, and then they will showcase them. So that is, I think, that gives them a plus in my book. Yeah, no, that's not what I wanted to happen. Wait, why do, huh? Famous character. Uh-huh. I know what is happening now. I know what is happening. We can do move up. Wait, 10. Transparency off. Because what is happening here is that it was put above, no, below player, which means that it actually appeared below the image that is in the background, when it should have been just above, because it'll be above the player, but it'll be transparent afterwards too. The one game jam I did know before this one, GMTK's one, moved away from having winners because of problems like this. Yeah, you could also just do that. I actually have a plan for something, but I also like. Okay, I'll give the plot hook, or whatever you call it, the elevator pitch. I'll do it in the big screen. Look, as I'm sure all of you know, if you don't know, you should be very ashamed. 31st of May every year is the International Potato Day. If you think I'm joking, Google the International Potato Day. It is actually a thing. So, on the International Potato Day, on the International Potato Day this year, I invited every person I could find on Twitch who had potato in their name. A lot of people couldn't, and a lot of people were like, who the fuck are you? But some joined in, and I got to know some new potatoes. And, you know, it was nice, and I will be doing the same next year. I'll be inviting potato people, but the one sad thing about that jam was that we were going to play potato-related games, but there weren't that many. So I think I'll have like, and it'll be the same, and it's honor code, right? Like 1 week before or something. But there's gonna be zero competition element to it. And I wonder, yeah, something like that, because there's the only playable, there are 2 playable potato games that we could do. One was a Brotato, obviously, which is a banger. The other one was on itch.io, help, I'm in love with a potato or something, like a potato dating sim, which was great. It had 0 graphics. It was just like dialogue choices, but with enough stupid voice acting, it became it became fun. So there is a dire need for more potato games. There is, importantly, Lamia, who is one of the big like modders for the Noita community, did make a potato mod for Noita for my birthtato stream. So you can use rock is potato to turn every rock in Noita into a potato. That one does count. Okay, but these need to be Okay, but this should be good. Wait. Isn't move up going to take a friggin' slight amount of time? Because these ones, all of these were... I don't understand why this is happening like brrrt, even when there's a wait thing. Like, do these things not move like this? Make potato game, yeah. Do these things not move? They just like... Let's do a test by going to the entry. We place an object here. It will be a piano chair and it will have a movement route to move in a circle. Parallel. There. And my character is stuck. My character walked down and is stuck. That's weird. Walking. Wait, but parallel, this should be... Oh, it says for player to do this. It has to say for event 37 to do this. Now it should work. You became something else and you walked down. Why? Direction fix and stepping. But why does it walk down and not left? Skip if cannot move. Wait for completion. Let's just try all of them. Let's try to understand how this one works. When in doubt, press all the buttons. It's down, left, right, up. Yeah. Okay. How do I interact with this now? What if then I push it? I can frickin' push things? Okay, you could do more with this than I thought about. Then I think we are getting closer to our solution. Move up. It's the direction fix. It's the direction fix. It thinks it needs to have some other thing and then probably it's stepping. No, it doesn't need animation, it just needs this. I think it might be the direction fix. Above character. Direction fix. Try that. I'll just do it for both, honestly. There. The conversation kind of went in a different direction, but to answer the earlier question with a quick story. One could say that messing around with RPG Maker was the beginning of the road that eventually led me to graduate as a computer engineer and get a job as a software developer. Hey, Delphine, that's freaking awesome. I didn't know that. So, like, oh, that's so cool. So you got inspired then to continue kind of coding related things with that, how it was? I have no idea how old you are, but I guess if you started with that 10 years ago, you started doing some programming and then you started your education. That's awesome. Well done. Are you enjoying that type of work? Do you manage to do 29? Okay, I see. So you were 19 when you started that. Yeah, that's awesome. So what kind of software development are you allowed to say? You don't need to dox yourself, but like roughly kind of like what general genre of software dev stuff are you doing, and do you enjoy it? I can definitely see how this is like kind of a gateway drug. Um, to more programming. I mean, in my case, it's not the first type of programming I do, but it's first game making kind of situation. Oh, there's definitely something that didn't work there. I know what I did. Okay. Oh, they just fucked off. Okay, so this one on that condition has above character, should be same as character. It can be below. Okay. You know what a digital certificate is? I work in a company that works with those. No. That was I think my face said what I said before I said it. The direction fix was the thing. Why does this one not move though? Aim as character. Secure. Oh yeah. One issue now is that it'll be kind of. No, it won't, because the purple one is still not possible. Put it above the character. These need to still be above. No, it needs to be above. I think. No, it needs to be below. A lot of dumb thoughts eventually lead to some smart thought. If you bang your head against something for a while, and you press buttons randomly, you will figure shit out. Looking things up is also a thing. I could have tried to do that, but in this kind of situation, you just need to kind of be like a bit persistent, I think. This kind of, I don't know, animation as well. Once you've done the kind of thing that I just did, at least it made me think like, oh, there's a lot of things I could move items around. My character could be pushing a boulder around, or pushing something that would fall off somewhere. Like there's actually a lot of cool things you can do with this. The lock in your browser that says website is secure. Also that signed documents. Oh, I see. Well, you know a lot of coding then, I presume, Delphine. Did you ever, like, do you also sometimes either do game-related development, or have you ever, like, considered getting more into that? It definitely shouldn't repeat, but why is this one not doing it? Why do you not move? Also, first, this one needs to not... Why does it not... Oh, transparent... Wait, am I an idiot? Yes, I am an idiot. I insisted on making it visible when it was already visible. Is this stopping? So it's supposed to go up and then become invisible. And then it doesn't really matter where it is. But I made it so it should only execute once. Yeah. But we can also put it through. And then we'll do that for these two. Through. Transparency on. Not through, on. Transparent on. Okay. There. Direction fix this one through. Because it might need to go through. Yeah, I think that's what the ones on the side don't move because they're colliding. So they need to be through, which means that they will be floating on top. I'm already learning so much about... Yeah, well, that's great. I mean, I am learning too by just messing around. But it's... I hope it's inspiring to see, because... yeah, because your background, like you're an author, Morrigan, and you've been making visual novels. Have you also been doing coding? Or do you prefer this kind of like game making systems that does not involve a lot of like pure code? Because that's kind of where I wanted to jump into making games. I want to learn Godot, but it feels kind of daunting to me. We did a lot more during college, but work finishing college and the pandemic happened at the same. Oof, that's rough. Honestly, the way this, like I had a bit of a similar, in some ways a bit similar line, that I also, like, the middle of my PhD was during the pandemic. So I got a small extension because of it, but not enough. And then I moved home to my mother afterwards to write the whole shit here, while I just gathered as much data as I could, but it was like, oh, doing like intense educational shit while the pandemic happened was part of the pandemic was very mild in Norway, but compared to other countries, because we're not very densely populated, so I cannot with a good conscience complain. But just the whole situation on top of the studies was kind of rough. Yeah. Watching you and everyone else that participated in the jam inspired me. Oh, that's so great to hear. I have some rudimentary coding knowledge. I like using something that rounds up some of the more tedious stuff and lets me focus. That's exactly how I've been thinking, Morgan. Like, I want to tell a silly story about zombies, and I want to make funny drawings and some music. And it's fun to get into this too, but if I would spend like hours doing that kind of hard coding, it would be distracting. Those were the times I moved to Copenhagen mid-pandemic to work on a game. Oh, and I had to take the metro every day. Oof, that sounds a bit rough. I can complain. I agree. Just because people had it worse is not under your struggles. No, but it is valuable to have a bit perspectives on things too. Because for the majority of the pandemic, I was just hanging out with a select like 4 friends, and we would work from home. So I think it is valuable to see the perspective of what you experience with something else. Like at some point, this is a different topic, but I was at a dinner, like an institute dinner, and I talked about how incredibly annoying it was and how upset I was one time when I had to get a Chinese visa, because I traveled to Beijing many years ago, and there was a Turkish lady who was working, and she had a Czech boyfriend, and they were looking at me like, "Excuse me, like, what, like you're not grounded to Earth, like what are you talking about?" Because the the minor inconvenience I had to get, like I had to do like this much, and they were like, you don't know how privileged you are if that is the only issue you have to get a visa like that. For her to come to Norway, it was like an insane process, or for them to travel anywhere. I think it is, like, I agree with you, Leon, in many cases. Like, for example, if I hurt my foot, it's still hurting my foot. It doesn't help if someone has lost their foot, or if some, like, that's silly. But it is valuable to have like perspective. I feel very privileged and lucky with how the pandemic was for me. I think is the conclusion to that. Transparent on. There. I do these three because I think it's maybe easier to just, yeah. There. There we go. I think we have it now. I'm just very curious how it's going to move when all of these are happening together. There. There. Okay. Let's hope this works because I want to do something else. No, wrong way. Oh, they're calling the wrong function. I am idiot. 41. But then it is working. And we don't need to do that thing again. 39. But this, with this way, you can have like, you press a button here, it moves something there. Like you could make some elaborate style like environment puzzles kind of by doing that. That's cool. 42. 48. And it should work. I feel like the shadows are kind of flat. I don't really like the way the shadows turned out. It's the whole, it just looks like the entire place forgot to have lights turned on. I think it's because I did like a 50, like a grayscale 50% opacity, so the darkest areas are actually not that dark. I believe anything that the early Final Fantasy or Pokemon games could do, RPG Maker would be able to, yeah. Have you seen the Picture UI plugin that I found? That I will be using for the menu screen I want to use. Click. Okay, we're getting close. I simply forgot about this one. And they're all below character, right? So why did it do a strange thing? That looks better, I think. Aside from the light thing on the top. That is an easy fix. Where's the shadow? I'll be doing the shadows one more time anyways. There. Yeah. So then we will be selecting the shadows. There are certain shortcut keys that are very nice to use when you want to work efficiently in Photoshop. One that I use so much is I select whatever I want. Okay, now it doesn't matter. It's harder when you have transparency involved, but whatever. I'm just selecting this. And then Control-Shift-I. You select the inverse. And we do brush. And okay, we're here now. Then we do black. I remember that it was 50%. And why is it? Excuse me. Why are you drawing on the inside? That's so odd. Maybe I need to select this. This is so weird. Just now need a little grinding wood sound. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm going to be very hard-headed with, like, I will not be imported. There's no reason for this. I just think it's a fun little thing that I'll be making all of the sound effects myself. I'll have to record. I'll have to push some chair or something across the floor and record it. Yeah. That's a good call. I'll add that to my notes. The bookcase sound effect. Like a coffee can, yeah, for example. I'll need to try different things. Yeah, but I think I can. Yeah, I'll wait for the ads. I'm trying to think what kind of mechanical things I have that say click kind of. I'm sure there's some equipment. There's no instruments I have. Yeah, there might actually be. Making sound effects is really fun, by the way. I'm just waiting for the ads to go away to finish the thought. Welcome back from ad hell. So I have, like, my instrument cases have like this opening mechanism, and then if I can find something that goes like click click kind of. Something in my car probably. Something that goes like the gear. Making sound effects is fun. Like maybe the gear thing when you clutch, but like without the car being on, obviously. That could be like a mechanical cluck cluck kind of sound, and then you drag it something across the floor. For the film I'm doing sound effects for, or sound design, sound stuff, I also did some sound production of some effects, and there's one scene where like someone gets a stone that hits their head, so I need to have that kind of sound. So I just put like I put like a carpet on the floor in like the storage room we have, and I just stood with a rock and I threw it onto the ground, onto the floor. Hey, Oburin, thank you for the raid. Why didn't that show up? No, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure why. It seems that Twitch bugged out there for a second. Hey, how are you doing? Oberyn, sorry. What were you doing and how are you doing today? Burin. You're doing pretty well playing a bit of Minecraft. Oh, that's cool. What brought you to the potato basket? Gonna get the kiddo to bed back in a bit. Good luck with that, Morgan. I'll see you in a bit. We are making a game in RPG Maker. It's like a point and click puzzle, silly puzzle game. You wanted to share love from last time? Wait, give me a second. Oh yeah! Yeah, I remember now. The otter person. You're the otter guy. Ha. Sorry, I did not connect the character to your name. Yo, there we go. There's Twitch woke up a bit late there. You're the otter. Yeah, well, welcome. It's fun to have you around. Thank you for bringing your community here. So yeah, we're making this is a game I made for the Jamsepticeye game jam. It was in like a 5-day game jam. I made a game where you play as a zombie. It doesn't look like this. This is I just have like placeholder things for where you can walk and where you cannot walk. But the game is called Immortal Servitude. You play as a... Maybe this sounds a bit high. I'll just skip the intro for now. You play as a zombie, and you have been clubbed to death by your boss so that you could be his immortal servant and work forever. And you have some tasks you have to do, and you need to follow the orders that he gives you. You did check it out. You had the ending where you just... Yeah. Of course you need to have that one. Did you get the reference in it? Because that's... I don't think anyone did. I think I told people, but I don't think anyone got... There's a ton of references to various things here. I finally realized that the opening sounds like Heroes 3 Castle screen. Oh, really? Because the opening is... Wait, but Castle... Isn't that kind of... Wait, are you thinking about Castle or are you thinking about Stronghold? Leon can chime in here, I think. He's an expert on this. But... Because Castle is very serene, isn't it? The opening theme begins with an augmented chord, which is not very serene. One of the... Oh, not Castle as in the... Is it even called Castle? Is it called Haven? No, yeah, let's listen to this. Wait, first, okay, let's do this properly. You can just exit the hotel and then... So if you haven't checked out Mr. Craven, he's a very wholesome horror YouTuber. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Expert could not remember the name of any faction when I listed the music yesterday. We didn't have to say that. I think it's the core, like... Ba 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 ba. Isn't one of those like the same chord? Like, isn't that Stronghold? I think it might be a stronghold. Point is, Heroes 3, and I appreciate this. Oh, that's great. I think honestly, in the way I make music, there are certain like influences that I am not aware of, and one of them I've come to realize is definitely Heroes 3. I think like I was very young when I listened to that, so it's kind of shaped some of the way that I wonder if like there's just a part in the same way like there's a part of your development where just like motorical things, like if you play an instrument at the age of something, I don't know, I don't remember, like 6, 7, or you play football, like it programs itself into your brain in a way that's just different. And then there's some ages where you're just really good with languages. I wonder if there are certain ages where you imprint some kind of musical understanding too. That would make sense. Someone probably researched that. I don't know. All right. So yeah, 2 other raiders. Thank you for popping by again. There will be spoilers now. Not huge ones, but I'm going to expand the game, so we're making a lot of new areas that I'm not gonna continue that much more. I just want to fix one thing, and that thing is a spoiler. So Leah got it spoiled a bit. Artists passively build visual libraries, so I imagine it is the same for musicians. Yes, but I think that the susceptibility to learn certain things, you have certain like very sensitive ages in development where usually young stages where certain things like, and language is a very good example of that. Like if you learned the language when you were, I don't remember, like between 2 and 5 or something, I don't remember the ages, but like in that specific time, like language is just like it's like this neurological kind of golden zone, because there's certain types of music, like, and the Heroes of Might and Magic is, I think, one of them, where for me, like, it's just imprinted in my brain in a different way than other music, I feel. Music and memory is very interesting, though. You can agree the older I get, the more difficult it is to study. Yeah, that is true. That's also true. But the better your brain gets at other things that you weren't before. So we do adapt. I think I will try to make an effort to make this stupid thing work. Ah, it was the shadows I was doing. And I was struggling a bit with this. Oh, I know what I have to do. This one I have to take. Select this. Say I made a mistake with making the shadows of this room. Thank you. I just have to make sure I don't overlap, and this should hopefully not look, because the only time that something will go up here is when that thing disappears. And even make it a bit, not that much, but there. There. It'll fade off the screen, kind of. And we export this as the shadow version of that room. Yes. Oops, that was the wrong one. I disappeared. There we go. And we can save it, then we can try that one last time. Incoming spoiler. Yeah, perfect. But this one doesn't lead anywhere, so that's fine. Then we go to this one. We copy this one to this one. Oh. Okay, this will be a learning moment. This is also a big limitation with this Okay. All of these spaces already have an event. You can't have multiple ones. But this event will move up here and become transparent. What we need to do is this one needs to set off a flag. Switch. Secret door gone. We can take secret door screen T for transition. Now we can call it gallery scene position. There. After this particular thing has moved up, it will turn on that flag, and then we need a new event that will be below player touch invisible, and it will say it'll have a switch gallery scene transition. We're moving this block upwards and we're turning it into something you can move with, like this thing. There. So this will be a state of this one. That's gonna work. And then you don't have to... Oh, this is just better. I'm glad I fixed this. I should make at least one new song, if not two, I think, for this. There we go. But this one takes you back, and then that happens. But the trick, the proof was in the pudding there, kind of, because all we need to do is to have a third one here. A new event that has that same switch. Oh, Leon, that's way too good. Why would you make such a good idea? The challenge with that is that the way RPG Maker plays and like layering music in RPG Maker isn't really a thing. You have one background track. Yeah, I love that kind of background track too, but I cannot have multiple... I can have sound effects playing, but I cannot have multiple background tracks, I think. I can have background effects. Maybe it is possible. I'd have to have the main song as the main song would have to be the background music, and then you'd have to do, because you do have background sound. Let's figure this out, but first, now this was just going to be like that. And a new event. I'll just do this one and then I'll see if that one works. And this doesn't matter. Oh yes, it does matter. I am an absolute idiot. It has to be below character. Okay, below character, fine. But this is no. Below character. It does nothing, so that's fine. I need to check that I did the other ones correct. The third one, yeah. Below character. This one. New event. Switch. Below character. This one was wrong. No, this one is a special one. That's right. So that's okay there. Which... Okay. Apply. There we go. New event. Switch. This one. It doesn't matter. Third. Switch this one. As doesn't matter. And this one, I think, their new page. I honestly really like the way that this program does logic. It's really convenient. Maybe the oh, that's a very good call. I'm sure someone made a plugin for it, Leah. That's absolutely true. I was trying to remember something, and that may help you. I believe you can have local switches instead of global ones. Like per room switch? That could be. Voila. The only thing that is the only thing I want to change is that this thing should be on this there, low character, so that you move up there one before, just see that this works, and then I'll be happy with that. Self switch, yes. No, I don't want to do that. I wanted to ask someone about that, because does self switch, is that per item, or is it, does it pertain to the player, or does it pertain to the event? Because I was thinking about that, and I was like, I don't have time to experiment with this. I did something dumb there. Oh, this has to be same. No, below. Air touch. It's for that specific item. Yeah, okay. I had a feeling there was something like that, and I can probably tidy up some things. But also, if things are working, if shit's working, then, you know? Dude. The low character. Low character. Player touch. Why is it being difficult? Yeah, no, that's true. That is true. Why is it, what is it, why is it, why? This one moves up. I'm so confused why that didn't work. This, oh, it already is very messy. Yeah, I should think about stuff like that. But then does it save if I go back and forth? Like if I go from one map and to the next, will it still save? I need to also remove that. So that this one has a new event page. If Secret Door Gone is on, it is a below character and does nothing. Why? Okay, so this one. So gallery scene transition happens here. Wait. Yeah, it is worth it, definitely. One thing that annoys me is that common events don't have triggers in the same way. So there's like to check if you have the conditions for a certain ending, I need to have that event on every screen, which is really annoying. Okay, little you stupid thing. Oh, is there nothing now that does... So this one turns it on. And that should make this happen, which makes this below character. I mean, there's a bunch of parallel processes. Background music, for example. I need this one in every room that says play background music. But if you go to common events, for example, eat potato. I do use some of them that are more like, because if I want to make a new one, common events, I can give it a name. I can trigger. The trigger is either parallel or auto run. And I can have a parallel based on a switch. Oh, could I? Is that sufficient? Because there is a limit. Maybe I could do that. Discard changes. Let's look at one of the ending events, because that would be tidy up things so much more. But just this one. I think the way you could actually do this, let's try this out. So we do a common event. We start at 20 and do madness text 1. Trigger parallel. Madness. I have sorted them, so madness message 1. If this one turns on, we will do a conditional branch, if else. But then you need to have but this is actually better, so we can have madness and message and done. If this is off, do this. Wait. Yeah, that's the thing. These events, if I look at this one can have different event pages. The other one cannot. So in this case, this one will have madness message on. If madness message is on, this one does nothing. So that's how I switched it there. Okay, then I overthought. I did the overthinkies for a second. So this one we don't need this. There, and then instead we can just take this. If madness message is off, play this. No, okay, so it does work. No, so yeah, so here this is the issue. This one, these kind of things don't have variables going. So I have a variable in addition to the parameter madness. I also have an invisible variable just keeps track, and I can call that one. I can call that one in an event like this. There it calls variable. When variable madness is higher than 1, it'll play this. And that triggers the message. But the common events can't have variables for some dumb reason. So that's why all of these things you see around here are checking in every frame if you get the one ending or not. Which is kind of dumb. I could just have one big event that is like, if this, no, that wouldn't work either, because they need to be kind of separate. Well, I can have an if that checks the variable. But then you wouldn't have any trigger, but you would have a trigger in the if. I don't understand why they did it like this. Conditional branch. You can have that. So if madness is equal to or higher than 1, else, okay, that could work. You'd have to have two. You'd have to have this one, which we call madness counter. If madness is higher than 1, we can turn on a switch that is madness message 1 turned on. Here we can just have another one that says else if madness is higher . Oh, we need another one here. New if this is off. So upon madness being 1, you check that if the message is off. If that happens, you turn it on. So it happens once, it doesn't repeat. Then else if madness is equal to or higher than, I'm doing equal to or higher just in case for some dumb reason you got 2 at the same time or something. 3. And message 2, which we'll rename to message 3 because that's the if this is off. Yeah, I mean, I did code quite a lot when I did my thesis, but it was a very different topic, kind of. but they're like making if loops or like what's it called? Like the scanning average kind of measurements. Scanning window. Frick, it's a long time since it's already a long time. Madness. Madness. 3. Okay. Madness higher 3. If madness message 3 is off, turn madness message 3 on. If else if madness is equal to or higher than 5. No, the last one is 9 that I have now. If madness message 9 is off, control switches madness message 9. There, that's the madness counter. And we'll have one that's called madness events. Trigger parallel. No, it can just do like this, I think. Control switches. If madness switches 1 is on. I'm sorry, let's do that again. If else, madness message 1 is on. Okay. In Python, sadly, mainly it was in MATLAB because that's what the institute was using, but I have been using Python myself. And I have some minor experience in Python, some minor experience in like Linux and terminal kind of stuff, but it's I get the general lines of logic that are often used for some things. But kind of software development, web pages, blah blah blah, like those kind of things. In a weird way, it's very different. It's different. It's the same but different. Scientists love Python. Yeah, you were right. And the computationalists would often use Python too. But experimentalists, so I would. You probably have ads now. Let me know if you've got ads. It was just tradition that many used MATLAB, but some did Python because I think it's probably just better, is my understanding. Do I only need one of these? Okay, you know a trick, fair enough. If madness message done is off, and we go here, and we go there, which is madness message done on, and then we do. That's why I sometimes give gift subs instead of subscribing myself. Ah, I guess you don't really. The difference for you would be the like only like the animated thingies, I guess. But that's nice. I don't really like. It's so rarely. It's so country dependent. So in Norway, there's so few ads. Like it's very rare, but it's not destroy. I feel like people in some countries are just hit so bad. It's so stupid that it's this different. Okay, so the first thing we need to do here is to turn madness message done off at the beginning of each of these. Because that will make this happen, and then it'll trigger the next one. And then as long as I check the which message it is first. In desktop I get very few, that's okay. There's none? Great. Else, if madness message 2 is on, if madness message done is off, this is going to tidy up a lot of things. If this works, which it might do. Do this, and then we take. So until this whole thing triggers again, it's doing nothing. That's if. And this needs to also have an else. Oh crap, cancel. Else. There, and else. Not loop, no loop. If madness message 9 is on. If madness message done is off. We do, I think it's this one. Yeah. Here. Apply. On mobile they do hit you with ads full force. Ah, I see. So I am going to delete these 3. Now I'm going to have just another condition that is just blank. So they will not happen. There. Oh, we should do this in the entry too. I'm gonna round off now very soon. Find someone nice to raid. Okay, let's see if this works. And now it's gonna... Okay, it could be a bad time if I'll try... Yeah, I know how to test this. How to do some troubleshooting. Let's take the absinthe. Drink the absinthe here. You spiral into madness. Nothing happened. As I go to this room, then it works. I feel like something okay. So then it didn't trigger, because it's not... So the way it works, if it doesn't have a trigger, it isn't called until something else calls it. And then you need an event or something to call it anyway, so you need to have a parallel something trigger. And that could be something called like madness increased. No, you can. You can if it's part of the map. Then it's a parallel that'll check every tick. In the common events, it'll... If you have a parallel, you need something here. if you have none, then it is something that can be called, but then you need something to call it. So in this case, I could do parallel and I had a thought, like, I have a tiny bit of porridge left. No, because it needs to be um I could just have if background music is playing. Is that gonna work? Let's have a switch that just says game has started. And that will be the first thing that happens. Is we set on the switch, the game has started. And it's on the entire game. Let's see if that works. This is like these, I feel like, game design flaws in the way this works. Just let it be a parallel. Maybe it's, then you end up having a lot of, if you have a lot of parallels being checked all the time, maybe it's not good. I mean, come on. It's not that big of a program. Spiral into Madness, nothing happens. And now nothing happened there either. But I think that means that it was checking it actually. Something became different there. So let's see, Madness counter. If Madness is 1, if Madness 1 message is off, turn Madness message done off, Madness message 1 on, end. Else if it's 3, else if it's this, okay. It goes here, Madness message 1, oh no, this needs the trigger to parallel. Background music is playing. No, game has started, yeah. I forgot about that. So then actually I think it used to be like this really... That's so jank. But this will save a lot of space if I just go through and do this with all the endings, because then you'll just have the endings there and not on the stupid map on every screen. Please work. Oops. I feel strange, almost like I can see some weird apparition staring at me from somewhere. Am I turning mad? Then it is working. What happens if I go into the next room? It doesn't trigger again, okay. But there is something, one weird thing happening there. The spiraling into madness didn't call from the function. Drink absinthe. Why didn't this call the function? those kind of small things annoy me. Go to the office. Let's delete these. This one. Madness 2. Madness 9. And we can just go quickly. There. Why does it not do? Is this one clearly says that it should use this, so why does it not format it the way it should? Let's try to move it above before this triggers. Maybe there's some formatting, like something in the code that makes it so that I need to, like the plugin needs to be called before that parallel is waiting for some reason. Thank you. That was the solution. Okay. Oh, great. Well, then we have made a lot of progress. I will write a note. Fix endings as common events and clean up all the rooms. Move spiral into madness. Message a bit up due to formatting. We did quite a lot today. I can say there's the regular text file. There we go. All right, I'm spent. I'm spent for the day. I'm very much done. That was fun. Man, we got to do a lot of things. Started making the Garden View DLC. Started mapping out the parlors, the terrace, the start of the garden. There were some amazing ideas for, oh yeah, there you are, Morgan, like that idea with the expansion of how the garden will work. Good job, thank you. I will be working on this off screen and on screen, so the progress will be a bit, yeah, it'll be there'll be jumps, and I will purposefully not explain everything. It'll be fun to see. I don't know when I have time to. My streaming schedules are a bit erratic, but I will be notifying it in the Discord. So if you want to keep updated with when I go online, then you can go to the Discord and join there. You'll find that in the Twitch about section. There's a Discord link there. I wish I could have a very stable stream schedule, but life is the thing, so it's a bit hard to make it. Yeah. Always happy to spit my ideas. Glad I gave you an idea to play with. Will be interested to see how it works out. Yeah, no, I like kind of this interactions with like doing a creative project, but not in isolation. Sometimes I'm like, if I make a song, I might have a very clear idea, kind of, and then feedback, of course, on how it is done and arranged and what works or not. But in a project like this, where it's kind of some aspect of community effort is nice, then I think it's lovely to have these kind of inspill in Norwegian, these kind of contributions or ideas. All right, let's find someone doing something and raid them. I think I want to raid someone who, you know what? Let's raid Debbie Cat. She's lovely. She joined in. She's an artist who joined in once when I was streaming, and I just kind of brought a bunch of her peeps to the channel. She's also in the Potato Discord, and she's making some cool, very colorful art. It's a nice place over there. I don't think I have raided her yet. Hello, 34638A. Welcome, thank you for joining, and thank you for telling me that. I didn't know. Let's have a look. Channel. I think it's because these links expire at some point. It's kind of dumb. You joined as I was leaving. Well, you can join in next time, and you can join in on the Discord. And if you're into game development, there's been a surge of game dev people joining that channel now after the Jamsepticeye game jam, which is great. The potato basket. Invalid link. Okay. Give me 1 second and I will update it. There we go. I just need to get the invite. Invite to channel. Copy. Is this gonna work? All right. I think this is gonna work. All right. I'm gonna call you number sequence A. Number sequence A. I think is gonna work now. Maybe it takes a minute. I can also put it in chat. And you can go there, you can react, and I will actually do the thing that Delphine said before. Verify. This message we can delete. Tidy up that a bit. Yeah, so check out the react to the potato to show that you're human. Call you blue. I will make an effort to remember that. I'll have to do like a cognitive disconnect between what I'm seeing and what I'm supposed to see. Wait, why is the Twitch chat not visible on this? I feel like Twitch has just had some issues today. Wait, or was I blind? Test. Okay, it is working. I'm an idiot. What was I gonna say? Yeah, react to the potato to see the channel. React to the blue thing to get notifications. Go to who are you and react to other things if you want to add tags to your profile. All right, let us raid into Debbie Cat. Debbie Cat and say hello to her community. And see what she's up to. She's drawing a very cute drawing, so let us give her our best regards. Thank you for everyone who was hanging out, paying attention, giving advice, sharing from their life. Always lovely. And I'll try to get a stream again in not so long. I would like to play some spooky games during October. Maybe I will play Visage, actually, which I've been pining to play. I also want to play the rest of Morrigan's game, because I only got 2 of the endings, and that was a haunting experience. So Do you take suggestions? Yes, there is in the channel too. Now that you've pressed the potato, you can see there's one that's called suggestions. You got a gem to share? Please do. I think I will forget it if it's just in chat. If you go to stream suggestions, there's already a list of games. I don't think I've played any of them yet, but it's that doesn't mean I don't think about it. I do think about it. It's just it's a time and place kind of thing. Because every game you try to play is kind of an investment. If I had a stream schedule, I could have like a community game day, for example, or something like that. But I'm juggling so many things around that like whenever I have time to stream, I stream and I try to do something I have energy to do. Yeah, put it in there. It was lovely to have you all here. Let's raid the heck out of Devicat. Bye.
Like all throughout the night.